the fuck? What the fuck should I do? iOS. Let's look at iOS. Android app developer backend. I want to look at front end too. The fuck is that? Front end backend. iOS developer. Pick a language of Swift. Everything is Swift. Okay. Copy. Fuck this. Pick a language. Java. Java. Pick a language. Fundamental IDE. How does the internet work? St- NPM. I never learned this because I was stuck in this too, like for a year when I was like 14, 15, and I wasn't that good, and I didn't have any sense of fashion of design. And then I started learning JavaScript, kinda stuck in the for a year, I think, with the basic stuff, and wasn't that good at it too. And then I started this 1 week, day one, day two backend, and then this happened. Learned React, like oh, like only components. Uh, didn't learn hook. I just wanted to learn backend, so I didn't do this. But I really want to do that. I really like this glass morphism design. Look at this. What the fuck? Look at this. What the fuck is this? You can't say nothing about this. Get in touch. What the fuck? Hello. Dashboard. Hello there. Introducing a slick. Damn. What the fuck is this? Dribble. Dribble. Let's go down base. Discover the world top designer. Okay. I'm not a designer because I don't know shit about design though. Backend introduction. Yeah, yeah. What is hosting? I don't know this. DNS. I don't know. What the fuck is DNS? Domain service readable. User hierarchy function. Okay. Introduction HTML, CSS, JavaScript. What the fuck? Not other. Learn anytime. What's use HTML, CSS. beginner friendly. Okay, pick a language. Pick a language. JavaScript is recommended. Version control, GitHub, partial, Orgel, SQL, and then API. What? REST? What the fuck is REST? Testing. Know this. I know this. I know this. Just an API is catching. It is more about database. Acid Oram. What the fuck is this? Fucking hell. Testing unit testing function. So this is the fucking gold mine. JavaScript, and then from here on the front end basics, this too a bit to learn JavaScript. This too is kind of good to hear. Version control system, my relation database, no SQL. What the fuck? Where is MongoDB in here? Um, okay, let me look at that a later time after I am cool with Node and no Node with Express. What the fuck is this? Complete. Is it free, bro? Let me look. React. I chose React. And testing. What the fuck? Okay, Node.js. That's something I can. Okay, Node.js. What is my year's history of? Why the fuck is in history? Node.js running Node.js code. Node.js creating and importing global. What the fuck is global? Oh, Windows. Okay, that's like JavaScript stuff. Promises. Yeah. Async, async, await, callbacks, set timeout, set interval. What the fuck is set intermittent? Okay, I need to get into that. Mm, process the env. I know that. Directory name, file name, handling async errors. Nest. Bro, this is research. um, Is it in demand specializes in programming realistic or right now based on future demand. First, every app need massive hiring. Full stack. What the? These have stars. This has money. Mm.
And close out of the terminal as well. But let's go ahead and show the changes.
Let's review. New schema is for Mongols. That everything starts with schema. They said, and this is type that get inputted, and then that's all. We change for register, I guess. I think user equals to require user slash modem. So user a model user. I think that's it.
And that's what we'll be doing in the next tutorial. But my challenge to you is before then, go ahead and make the changes on your own and then compare to the tutorial that I released that makes the same changes.
Okay, I can do that. I think. So we don't need this. Const user equals to require dot slash. Let's do without music. Model user get out get out of this file. No, get out of this file. Hello. And this model slash user. That's all we want. Ain't that right? Ain't that right? Okay. What the fuck? Let's cancel. Register and refresh token. We doing refresh token first. Okay. User handle refresh token equals to request cookies. Request the cookies. Get cookies. Found user Does this work? User the find person. Does this work? Person the refresh token. Okay, register control. Let's see what they did. Duplicate, no duplicate. User, no user. This not this one. Find one. I think we need to do this. Find one person equals refresh token. Refresh token. I think this should work. np fucking nvm run dev. Okay, not no any error. jwt.verify. Okay, refresh token and process from this refresh token encoded user. Okay, access role found user. Does this work though? Chat.ai, what the fuck is that? No, this will not work. Okay. So I think we need this much. What the fuck is that? Okay, what the fuck is the problem right now? Get error. Cats. Okay, now this year verify. This is for this. This is for this. That covers this. This is for this. This. Where does this finish? This finish here. Encoding, decoding, and then okay. Verify this. Okay, this hasn't been closed. Below cats. Below cats. Hell yeah. Then P. Then response the status. How many? 5,500. I think that system. Send and send a message JSON. Need to be double quote message error. The message and that works. MongoDB fine. And what the fuck? This not a function he said. Oh yeah. I get that. Oh wait. think this should work. Now what? But I need to find out what the syntax is for this. Fucking hell. Copy from here. That's not what I'm trying to say though. Variant name uses shorthand. User the access if wait. I know, but does it need? Yeah, it needs. Okay, that's good.
Today, we're going to apply the user and employee models to the remaining API routes and update the asynchronous code operations accordingly. And before we finish, I'll show you an easy way to deploy the REST API to the web. We're going to start with the code from the last tutorial. If you don't have it, I have a link to the starter source code in the description below. Let's get started. We're looking at the user schema, and then, of course, we create a model here at the bottom. That's where we're starting, and we applied it to the register controller near the end of the last tutorial. And you can see we imported in the user model, and this replaced what we had previously in the tutorial series, which were JSON files. Now we're using MongoDB, and we're interacting with MongoDB by using the Mongoose schemas and models that we've created. So now let's apply our user model to the next route, and instead of register, let's just move up one and go to the refresh token controller. Okay, you saw I copied the user model import from the register controller file. I'm going to paste that right over the user's DB that we had previously defined to interact with the JSON file. So now we're bringing in the user model, and now we can update the handle refresh token function. We'll start out the same here, where we define the cookie, and of course get the JWT from the cookie if it exists. But then as far as checking to find a user, we have to do that differently. And let's go back to that register controller for just a second, because we did a very similar thing. We used user.find1, and we passed in the name of the user. Well, this time we won't have the username, but besides that, it will be very similar. So let's highlight all of this where we're finding the refresh token inside of the JSON, and let's paste in our user find1 But now instead of the username, we can just put refresh token here. And that's because the property name and the value name or the variable name are the same. So instead of refresh token colon refresh token, we can just put refresh token there. We still need the exec here to execute. And that is because we're using async await. And that means we need to put async up here above, which I almost forgot. So let's put async up here by handle refresh token and make this an async function. And we use await here. And then we search for the refresh token inside of a document within the user collection. After that, everything essentially remains the same because we have defined the found user if we found the refresh promises or path either and the logout controller, and we will not need the FS promises or path either, so we can just highlight all of that and paste our
My laptop is getting fried. What the fuck? Well, why don't we need that?
Or path either, so we can just highlight all of that and paste our, well, that's not the user model, is it? So let's change that, Control Z to undo that. I'll go back here to the register controller where I copied the user model import before. I'll copy that again. Back to the logout controller, highlight all of that and paste, because that's what we need is the user model imported. After that, we already have the note here on client, also delete the access token. Again, this is the logout route, and that's fine. The next three lines, just as before, are fine. And then
wait. Refresh token, then find person. Okay. By user dot find one comma reference token dot go the find.
Then we need to say, is the refresh token in the database? Well, that sounds familiar. That's just like we used in the refresh token controller. So we come back to the refresh token controller. I'll scroll up where we had our await, user find one, and pass in the refresh token.
No fucking hell, await. And because this is calling from the mongoose bit. Mongoose is async.
Copy that, come back to the logout. This is already an async function. That's good. So now we can once again define the found user in the same way. And now after that, this remains the same. But now this gets much simpler where we delete the refresh token. We're no longer interacting with any of this JSON here. So let's just highlight all of this.
What the fuck does it do? Other users equals user database. User.filter. So accept the user that hasn't been called will be stored in the other. Okay, well, we can just delete
and delete. Okay. And we can make a few changes. We can say found user dot refresh token, and we can erase it simply by setting it to an empty string, and then we can set a result, and we'll set that equal to await found user dot save, and that will save our changes back to our MongoDB document that is stored in the user collection. And after we do that, we can go ahead and log the result if we'd like to see that, because that will return the newly updated information. And that's just for our purposes there. You would, of course, delete that before you put it in production. And that's all the changes. So we can save that. And again, remember that found user, this is a document now that we have found if it existed. And therefore, we're able to update that document with the save. Okay, I'll scroll back up to the top, and I'm going to copy that user model import one more time because we need it in the auth controller. Once again, I'll highlight the users DB that we previously had and paste in the user model instead. I'm going to go ahead and delete this line between bcrypt and JWT. We need both of those, but we can go ahead and once again delete fs promises and path, which we should no longer need. These first two lines are the same. We'll keep both of them, but then once again with found user, I think you see the pattern now. Now we're back to looking at a user name though. So we can take this and go back to the register controller where we had the user. Name with find one and copy that line, go back to the auth controller, and then we can paste that in as we find the user and save, because the next line is fine as well. And then the password is evaluated and we're not changing anything about that. And really we won't make any changes until we come down here once again to where we were interacting with the file, and we will be saving the refresh token with the current user. So once again, we can delete everything we had here down to the response cookie, and let's leave a blank line in between, and then we can once again say found user.
The fuck is refresh token? Other cons filter person. Okay. So cons of the users, no need for that. And then auth control, is this for delete? Saving with current user filter const. Okay, let me hear it.
We can delete everything we had here down to the response cookie, and let's leave a blank line in between, and then we can once again say found user, which is our document that we have found, and set the refresh token. We're going to set that equal to the refresh token that we now have here in the auth controller, and then let's define result again, and let's set result equal to await found user dot save, and that will update the document back at MongoDB. And let's go ahead and log that result again as well. So that should also look very familiar, and that completes the auth control.
Can't trust your AI results? Let Borium sift through 170 million papers and find verified answers in.
So I know we tested.
Wait the fuck up, bro. Found user is the fucking whole thing. The refresh token when this happens set. Found user the refresh token. Okay, so this makes a car. Okay, I got
The
you. I got you.
register controller, the register route in the last tutorial, but now we'll want to go back and test all the rest of these. So we've got the refresh token route, we've got a logout route, and of course we've got the auth route as well. So now let's test those once again with Thunder Client. If you don't have Thunder Client installed, it's an extension for Visual Studio Code. And you get that right here under extensions and search for Thunder Client, and then you'll have it on the left. And this is Thunder Client. It allows you to save collections, which I've already saved to match up with this. But before we can test it, we actually need to start our dev server. I'm going to press Control Backtick. You could also go to the terminal menu at the top and choose a new terminal window that way. Then we type npm run dev to launch our dev server. And we should be running on 3500 and connected to MongoDB here in a second when it gives us our information. And there we see both connected to MongoDB, server running on port 3500. So it's now ready to test. So I've saved a collection named auth, and then here we have different routes. If I can see which route we have here, looks like this is the register route. Let's go ahead and try that. I'm going to click Thunder Client to hide the left-hand side so we can see better. And let's look at the body to see what we're going to register. We're going to register a user Walt1 with the password. I believe he's already registered, so we should get a 409 conflict back. Let's see what we get. That's exactly right, 409 conflict. So let's change this to Tom1. I don't believe I have Tom1 in my collection of users. So now we'll send this. And 201 created. So we have a new user created. Our register route is working. Now let's go back to Thunder Client and look at the other routes. That was the register route. Now that we've registered, let's test the auth route. Now let's see who we want to authorize. Well, I believe Walt1 was already created. We confirm that, so we can just send in this information to authorize, and we send it in, and we've got a new access token back, and everything is okay. He is authorized. And of course, you see down here, we're logging these responses that we're also getting back, these console log statements that had the result. And that's what we see here is the user that we pulled in is Walt1. Okay, I'm going to pull this down and I'm going to authorize it again because if you remember right, we only get an access token the way we have it set that works for about 30 seconds. But really, I guess we're not testing that. So wait a minute, we're not too worried about that because we're going to test either the logout or refresh token route. Let's test that refresh token route that I have in a separate collection. And so with the refresh token, we're sending a cookie. It says no cookies available, but I think we have a cookie. Let's try it out. 401 unauthorized. We did not get a cookie. I think we're running into our cookies available, but I think we have a cookie. Let's try it out. 401 unauthorized. We did not get a cookie. I think we're running into our secure site error where Thunder Client doesn't let us test, even though we need that secure site option in there for Chrome. So let's take this out temporarily. I'm in the auth controller as we issue the refresh token. Let's take this out and put it in a comment near the end. In production, once again, you would want this back in there. However, we can't test it with Thunder Client with it in there. So let's go ahead and save now. And once we've got the server updated, let's go ahead and run the auth again. And then we should be able to test the refresh. And now we're up and running, connected to MongoDB, server running on port 3500. Let's try this again in Thunder Client. We'll go to the auth first, hide this over here. I'll go ahead and log in. And we've got a cookie. Let's go to the refresh. The auth first, hide this over here. I'll go ahead and log in. And we've got a cookie. Let's go to the refresh now and come back. Before we were unauthorized, but let's see if this works now. And yes, it does. Our cookie works. You just have to take that, log in, and we've got a cookie. Let's go to the refresh now. and come back. Before we were unauthorized, but let's see if this works now. And yes, it does. Our cookie works. You just have to take that secure out while testing with ThunderClient. So the refresh route is working. We have tested the register route, we have tested the auth route, we've tested the refresh route. What is left is the logout route. So once again, we'll probably need a fresh login to ensure we are logging out correctly. So let's go to the auth, and now let's see who we're logging in. It looks like Walt1. That's fine. We'll send that. And now let's go to the logout route and come over here in ThunderClient. And it looks like we actually don't need to send anything. It's just when we log out that refresh open. That's right. So we'll just send. And 204, no content. That's fine. We didn't expect any content to come back, but we can see down here because we logged the result. We logged out. There's the route. We went ahead and logged out. And we logged out our user Walt1, and we set the refresh token to an empty string. Okay, those updates using the user model were not too bad at all. Let's go back to the file, and what we want to do now is update the employees controller with the employee model. And this will be just a little bit more work than what we had previously had. But we'll start out once again by eliminating the JSON file, and let's go ahead and import our employee model. So we'll have const employee, and we'll set that equal to require, and then we need to go up one folder, find the model folder, and then employee. That is correct. And now let's look at our get all employees route. Well, before we just grab the JSON and return it. Now this will be just a little bit more to do with MongoDB, and of course this will be an async operation. So let's remove this response JSON for now, and we'll define employees, and let's set this equal to await employee.find, and by calling find like this, it will return all of the employees. Then we can say if there are no employees, we're going to return, and then we'll send a response with the status 204, which is no content, and then JSON, and we'll send a message here. And in our JSON message, we'll just say it's a string, no employees found. And after that, we'll assume we do have employees if we've made it this far. So we'll say response.json, and we'll send the employees. And I can see I've got an error. I put brackets instead of curly braces. Go ahead and eliminate that bracket and replace this one as well, and we should be good. So let's go ahead and save this. Now let's look at the create new employee function, which will also be async. Now,
Don't need to do this. Why?
let's look at the create new employee function, which will also be async. So let's start here. And with that, we can probably go ahead and change quite a few things that we have in here. So I'm just going to highlight all of this and remove it. And after that, we'll start out with an if statement, but different than we have below. This will be if a request, and now we can use optional chains as a body, and then if it has a first name, because we need all of that, or we can say the same thing about the last name. Essentially, we're saying if there is no first name or last name, and we would expect the request to have a body, but for some reason, if it doesn't, we'll catch that as well. So if we don't have any of those, let's go ahead and send a response here, and we'll return response.status, and this would be a 400 because it would be a bad request. Here's JSON, curly braces this time, message, and our message will be first and last names are required. And you can see we had something very similar below, but it was just a little different than that. So now let's eliminate that as well. And let's just go ahead and delete these lines too, and we'll start over just a little bit and put an extra line there. And we'll do a try-catch block. And of course we have to catch it.
Const new employee.
After, here's our error, and now we'll create a record here, and we'll say first name is request.body.firstname, and last name would be much the same pattern, request.body.lastname. And I'll put my semicolon here and save. But we still need to send a response. So we'll say response.json. Oh, let's put a status first. And the status here would be a 201, which stands for created. And then we'll send the result back with the record that we have created. Okay, let's scroll down now and look at the update employee. Once again, it will be an async function. And after that, we'll start out a little differently. Create status first, and the status here would be a 201, which stands for created, and then we'll send the result back with the record that we have created. Okay, let's scroll down now and look at the update employee. Once again, it will be an async function, and after that, we'll start out a little differently. So let's go ahead and delete, and well, we don't need to delete that. So let's go ahead and delete at the update employee. Once again, it will be an async function. And after that, we'll start out a little differently. So let's go ahead and delete. And well, we don't need to delete that one. Let's just delete the top line to begin with. Okay, so we'll start out with if, and once again, request, and let's use optional chain, body, and now we're looking for an ID. And if we don't have the ID, we'll return response status 400, and after that we can just give a message in JSON, and let's see if it's the same message that we have below. Not quite the same. So here let's add a little message different, and we'll say message and ID parameter is required. Okay, so we've confirmed we now have an ID if we make it to the next spot. And here we can define our employee. So we'll say const employee and set this equal to await, call our employee model, and we'll use find one here. And now, remember, MongoDB uses an underscore ID. It automatically generates that, and we're going to compare that to request.body.id that is passed in as a parameter.
What the fuck? What did tell?
Await, call our employee model, and we'll use find one here. And now, remember, MongoDB uses an underscore ID. It automatically generates that, and we're going to compare that to request.body.id that is passed in as a parameter. And after that, we need to call the exec at the end to call that function into action. Now let's go ahead and delete the next line here, and we can say, if there's no employee, return status, let's change this to a 204 because it's not really a bad request at this point. It just means that they requested an ID that doesn't exist. They might have issued the request properly. But now let's say something just a little different. We'll say no employee matches and ID, and now let's get rid of this at the end. Get rid of the not found part. No employee matches whatever ID was passed in there. Okay, so we're sending our status 204. We'll save that much. Now let's look at this. If the request.body, and let's go ahead and optionally chain first name.
If body the employee the first name equals to
and last name. And then we can say employee first name equals the request.body first name, and last name is the same. That's fine. So we're just optionally chaining. That's all we changed there. It's different than we had before. And now this gets we'll save that much. Now let's look at this. If the request.body, and let's go ahead and optionally chain first name and last name. And then we can say employee first name equals the request.body first name, and last name is the same. That's fine. So we're just optionally chaining. That's all we changed there. It's different than we had before. And now this gets much simpler here. We're not sorting any JSON data or creating new IDs or anything there. So let's remove all of that, and we'll just say const result equals await employee. Notice this is the employee document we've created, or we've found. Actually, we didn't create it. It's the employee here, not the employee model. But employee.save. And now we've saved any changes we've made to this employee document. And then instead of data employees, we'll just send the result we've defined here and save, and that is our update employee function. Okay, let's scroll up and take a look at delete employee, which should also get a little simpler, but we're going to start out much like we did before. So we'll say if there is no request, and we'll optionally chain body, and then we'll optionally chain the ID, and we're going to return response dot
if they got no ID, don't let it pass through, bitch. Okay.
400, and should also be JSON.
Doesn't equals.
And here we'll have a message, and our JSON will say employee
What the fuck is the body?
ID required, and put the semicolon there. And now we need to define our employee again, which will be much the same as we had before. It's the find one with the body ID. So let's just scroll up here and copy exactly what we had before, and come down. And here we have defined the employee ID again. And so then our employee not found will probably be the same as well. So we can copy that and come down here as well and just copy this over and paste. And then after that, we will not be filtering. So let's just remove these lines here once again.
Wait the fuck up, bro. Bro. Constant. Okay. Data the employee. What the fuck is data then? Don't care about it. A const employee equals data that employee find. We need to use find one in this. and if doesn't equals to employee return status. I think this is good, and we just need to change this. Employee equals to, oh wait, find one. What do we need to find? Oh fucking hell. Request dot body dot id which is given. Okay, filter data, JSON.
And we'll say const result equals await employee dot delete one. Now instead of find one, and here once again this will be underscore ID, and then it will be the request dot body dot.
Bro, delete one is an option. What's wrong with this though? Body.id. Oh wait. Can redeclare block scoped. Fucking hell. Employee. What? Let it do its thing. Let me do my thing. Um, I'm using constant really the mods, but not more than him, not less than him. What the fuck is going on? Oh shit! But I don't need this. I didn't. Okay. I was here. I was here. Try. Oh, I didn't use delete one though. Fucking hell. Look at how many JavaScript out there, bro. What the fuck is this? Plus, there is gonna be JSX, bro. Yeah. ID is required. That's good. Can't PLO. The await employee dot find one that is given in the request dot body dot id. Okay, dot id dot ex ec away async.
ID that was passed in. We do not need an exec after delete one. And then we will put in the result. And if you're wondering why we don't need the exec here, it's just all based on the documents. So once again, look at mongoosejs.com and those docs, and you'll see which different methods you need to put that after and which ones you don't. And finally, let's check the get employee route as well, and we need to put in a check as we had before with the others. So let's check the request. If there's no request dot params this time, and then
Okay, this is good. Good, my guy. Good. This is good.
and of course we're looking for an ID once again.
Const request and then get employee.
And we have a similar message at the end, so let's just copy this over and paste it in because that is required. And now we need to find it
What the fuck did he change?
and have a similar message at the end, so let's just copy this over and paste it in because that is required. And now we need to find an employee again, so we can copy the same line as we've defined the employee before. And we'll come back down here and set employee equal to the find one statement. If we
I need to use away. I know. Find one. Async. Oh wait. The fuck is wrong with this? Oh fucking hell. This isn't here. I knew it. Await farm one. Find the ID that is simple ID. from MongoDB that and request dot body dot id. Ex ec. Okay, this is.
We don't find the employee, well, that's a repeat of this. So I'll just copy this return line here and paste it in here. And then we're already set because we just want to return the employee as we were before, as this is the get employee.
Change to, I will catch this later. Oh, this.
Or handler, just for the one employee. And of course, we're expecting that ID parameter to be sent in. So let's save that, and we have completed our async functions. Let's put async with that as well. And if we didn't with the others, it looks like I also forgot to do that with the delete employee. Let me check the rest. We need to have all of these functions as async functions, and they complete the different CRUD operations, create, read, update, and delete, for the employees collection. Before we test the routes, there is one error to fix. Notice I was using params as we're using the get route to pull that in, but I put request body.id in the function, and this needs to be params.id to access that value that we get from the URL in the route. Okay, so now that we have fixed
No, edits the ever you create unless you tell it not to. However, schematics schema defines and hidden call. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Put this here. Why do we source for ID? That's cool. That's cool.
You out in the new token 30 seconds. Okay, so now that we have fixed this and we're now using params, let's test the routes. And we need a JWT to be authorized. So let's go ahead and use the auth route. You might want to change your code to timeout or for a longer timeout duration than 30 seconds. Mine is set to 30 seconds, so I've got to be a little fast to test these routes. But let's go ahead and get authorized. Now we've got a new access token. We can get authorized. Now we've got a new access token. We can jump back over here. I'll open the employees routes. I want to get all employees. And now for the authorization, I need to paste in the new token. And we get our one employee, Walt Walters. I'm going to copy his ID, open the terminal window, and just paste his. We can jump back over here. I'll open the employees routes. I want to get all employees. And now for the authorization, I need to paste in the new token. And we get our one employee, Walt Walters. I'm going to copy his ID, open the terminal window, and just paste his ID down there because I'm going to need it to test the individual get employee route. So we'll come back now and get authorized once again, collapse the employees API routes and check the authorization, get a new access token. Once we've got the new access token, go back to the employees API, go to the get an employee route, an individual employee, and we'll paste that token in here, and I need the ID to put in the URL. And I'll paste that in and send. And we get Walt Walters back. Once again, now that we're using the request.params.id for this route, because the user ID is read directly from the URL as it is a GET request. Okay, let's get authorized once again, and then come back and test the post. Here, use the auth in there, and put the or to. So let's read new access, delete an employee, paste in our new access, but I will put it in the, before I go, I want to show you how you can easily launch a repository, and if that repository creates or has a node application like this REST API, it will easily be deployed. Okay, there are several places on the web where you can host your node project and even a REST API using Express and Mongo like we've created. I'm going to show you one of the easiest ways to deploy a project like this, and we're going to deploy to glitch.com. So I'm going to put in another bold statement here and say, well, not start, let's just say deploy by clicking the button above. Okay, now that I put that in, I'm going to copy and paste some code, but I'm going to just change which project it was for. So this code will put a button on the README of the repository that I shared to Glitch, or not to Glitch, to GitHub, and then when the button is clicked, it will launch on Glitch. So here we have to put in the name of the current project. And so I'm going to put Mongo Async CRUD, I believe I named this project, and save, and we can verify here by, I'll go back and let's see, I named this Mongo Async CRUD, that is correct. So I'll open up the terminal window and I'll push my changes to GitHub that I've already initialized the repository. So I'll add file, and I'll commit, messages updated README, and I'll push to GitHub, and any passphrase set up with mine, and there we go, push that to GitHub. And so now if we go back and look at the README for this repository, there should be a button that's available, and it says remix this, and that will allow you to go ahead and launch this application on Glitch. So let's go ahead and do that. I'll just click the button. It takes just a minute to load the project, and it will be up and running except for one thing, and that one thing is the values that we have decided to put in our .env. Remember, the .env file should be listed in your git ignore, so it is not here. And notice the remix button is much larger once it gets to Glitch. That's interesting. Okay, so once again, looking at the git ignore, you should have your .env file here. So the secrets that you have stored in the .env need to go in the .env that is provided here at Glitch. And you can, of course, click this to learn how to use environment variables. We've already talked about that, so you can add a variable, and here is where you would type like access token secret, I believe is what we named one of ours, and then you would paste in your value for that. You would do the same for the refresh token secret, and you would also want to do the same for the DB that. So to that you glitch in any few value with you'll have for your project. So that would be the URL here, and you'll see the URL a fate and delete Express and Node could be combined with React for the MERN stack. So if you haven't learned React, you want to check out my 9-hour beginner's tutorial for that, and you can combine that knowledge with this backend course knowledge to complete the MERN stack. However, you could also add whichever front-end technology you wanted to this backend with Mongo, Express, and Node for whatever application you wanted to create. Remember to keep striving for progress over perfection, and a little progress every day will go a very long way. Please give this video a...
Bro, I like that thing. Probably have downloaded it too.
You know that in recent chapters of Boruto, 2 Blue Vortex, Boruto is finally using the Byakugan. And this isn't some random power-up. There's a dangerous deal behind it. The deal was simple. If Momoshiki lends Boruto his power to defeat Jura, Boruto will permanently future. Now pay close attention to this detail. Whenever Momoshiki takes control of Boruto's body, a single Byakugan appears in his eye socket. That's exactly why Boruto...
Bro, I didn't understand chorus, so I'm gonna learn chorus right now. No, express your That's the same, bro. What the fuck? Why does that look like sass? What do you think about?
If you have ever built a web app that fetches data from another server, chances are you have encountered CORS at least once. But don't worry, by the end of this, you'll know exactly what.
Wait the fuck up, bro. Save all. Compare. Learning downward. Okay, let me just.
What's going on, why CORS exists, and how to handle it like a pro. Let's start with a simple question. Why can't your browser just fetch data from any website anytime, however it wants? Well, it used to, but that was a huge security risk. Imagine you visit a banking website while another tab is open to a malicious hacker site. Now, if there were no security restrictions, that hacker site could secretly send requests to your bank's API, impersonating you and steal your data. Enter the same origin policy or SOP. It's a strict browser rule that blocks requests between different origins. Same origin policy says a web page can only make API requests to the same origin, which is the same domain, protocol, and port from which it was loaded. Meaning, if your front end is hosted at https://bytemung.io, it can make requests to https://bytemung.io/API. But now if your front end, https://bytemung.io, tries to fetch data from, say, https://api.bytemung.com, the browser blocks it because it's a cross-origin request. This is where CORS, or cross-origin resource sharing, comes in. It's a way for servers to say, hey, it's okay for the site to request data from me. CORS is all about HTTP header that let your server allow or deny requests from different origins. When your browser makes a cross-origin request, here is what happens. The front end, let's say https://maya.com, makes a request to https://api.example.com. The browser automatically adds an origin header, like this. And the server at api.example.com checks if it wants to allow requests from https://maya.com or not. If it does, the server includes a special header in the response. Access control allow origin, https://myapp.com. And this tells the browser, yeah, the site is allowed to fetch data from me. And if the header is missing or origin is not allowed, you get the CORS error. So when a browser makes a cross-origin request, it follows CORS rules to determine if the request should be allowed or blocked. CORS requests are categorized into two main types based on their complexity. And by the way, these are all HTTP requests. However, we call them CORS requests when they involve cross-origin access, meaning the request is made from a different region, such as domain, protocol, or port, than the one serving the request. A CORS request qualifies as simple if the method is get, post, or head, and there are no custom headers like authorization tokens. And the content type header is one of these. And if the server allows access control allow origin, this request just works. Server tokens. And the content type header is one of these. And if the server allows access control allow origin, this request just works. If your request uses custom headers in a different HTTP method such as port, delete, patch, or a non-standard content type, the browser sends a pre-flight request first. Pre-flight request is asking for a permission before making the real request. The browser first sends an options request to check if the server allows the request. If the server responds to the right CORS header, the actual request is sent. So pre-flight request happens when the request uses a non-standard HTTP method such as port, delete, patch, and the request includes custom headers such as authorization or XAPI key, etc. Or if the request has a non-standard content type such as application JSON. Here is an example. If the request has a non-standard content type such as application JSON. Here is an example of a pre-flight CORS request. Before sending this request, the browser first sends an options request. And the server must respond with this. Once the response is received, the browser sends the
Fetch, method post, header, content type, application /JSON, authorization bearer, my token.
this request, the browser first sends an options request. And the server must respond with this. Once the response is received, the browser sends the actual request. Alright, we now understand what CORS is, why it exists, and the difference between simple and pre-flight requests. But let's be real, most of us won't even think about CORS until we see that error in the browser also. Let's check out exactly how to fix this CORS issue, whether you control the backend or not. Now, the best solution is to configure your server to allow cross-origin requests. And here's an example in Node.js. This enables CORS for all domains. You can also restrict access to specific origins like this. And here is an example in Java. In this Spring Boot configuration class, we define a global CORS policy for our backend API. The add configuration annotation marks this as a configuration class, and we provide WebMVC configurer v that customizes CORS settings. The add CORS method allows cross-origin requests to any endpoint under API, but only from https bytemy.io. We also specify which HTTP methods and headers are allowed and enable credential support. This ensures secure and controlled access while allowing necessary cross-origin requests. And if you're using Spring Security, you also need to allow CORS inside your security configuration like this. And if you're using authentication, make sure CORS is configured before the authentication goes. Now, if you can't modify the backend, use a proxy to forward requests to the same origin. This makes a request appear as if they are coming from the same origin.
Cons create proxy middleware from middleware and Mozilla Explorer function app the app bracket app the use API create proxy middleware target API example.
This makes a request appear as if they are coming from the same origin. And now, what if you're working on a front-end project?
The backend is so interesting though. I'm just a beginner or a noob or fucking retard, but this is fucking intriguing.
And you don't have control over the backend API. Maybe it's a third-party service or an internal API that
Should I go to cybersecurity? Bruh, I don't know.
hasn't been configured for CORS yet.
Let me get a job first or internship first.
In that case, constantly running into CORS errors while testing can be frustrating. You just want to make requests, see responses, and move on with development. But the browser keeps blocking you. That is where you can use CORS browser extensions like CORS Everywhere. It comes for both Firefox and Chrome. This tool temporarily overrides CORS restrictions, letting you test APIs without modifying server configurations. And of course, this is just for development and debugging. It's not a real fix for production. But if you just need to get things working locally without setting up proxies or backend changes, it's a quick and easy workaround. Alright, so we have configured CORS in our Spring Boot backend, allowing cross-origin requests from bytemy.io. Now, before we wrap up, let me address something important. CORS is not the same as CSRF or cross-site request control. CORS controls which websites are allowed to access your APIs. But CSRF is a different security issue where an attacker tricks an authenticated user into making unintended requests. For example, if you're logged into a banking site and a malicious website secretly submits a transaction request on your behalf, that's CSRF. And CORS won't protect you from it. But don't worry, I'll cover CSRF in detail in my next video, explaining how to prevent it using CSRF tokens and same-site cookies. So make sure to like, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you don't miss it.
Tip chorus Node.js documentation middleware okay, there is, wait the fuck up first, let me go. Breathing. This is Node.js module available through the npm registry. Install lesson is done using npm install that I know. Npm install chorus, that npm package, and simple uses enable all chorus requests. Constant. Yeah. app.use chorus. Simple use enable all chorus requests. What if I use like what's this? Fetch CDP youtube.com. Yeah, hell yeah. I have to use chorus, so it blocks get the ID function request any ID, same thing, message hello, and that's port I guess. And function will listen to port 80, enable chorus for a single root. Okay, app the get products chorus function update. Okay, only one thing, only one part. Okay, but I got no front end though. What the fuck am I supposed to do? What is that bitch crying about? This. Okay, configuring chorus. Chorus option equals to okay origin. Uh, anything option success status. I don't get yeah hell yeah.
All right, so let's go over CORS, or cross-origin resource sharing. And basically, your browser is blocking requests between different domains. And it's a security thing, so there's good reason for it. Now, I have an example HTML file with some front-end JavaScript, and I'm trying to hit my Express API on localhost 8000. Now, when I click the button and make that request, I get an error in the console that says it's being blocked by a CORS policy, and it says no access control allow origin headers present on the requested resource. Now, this header is what tells the browser, hey, it's okay to make requests from other domains. Without it, the browser blocks that request.
Show HTML website or single player that with.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this tutorial. So today what I'm going to be showing you is how you can serve a HTML website or a single page application using Node.js and Express. So for the example of a single page application, I'm going to be using a React app that I created from the command line using npx create React app. So as you can see, I've created a project folder containing app.js and Dolly.
Bro, hang. The fuck is this
So
hang?
just give that a second to install. Now you see that Express added as a dependency of an object folder to use on app E47. So inside of your project folder, so this is typically called static or public. Here I'm going to be calling my folder public, and what we're going to be doing is configuring our app to serve specific files from that folder. So this means serving files just as they are to somebody who is requesting them. So to do that, call use on app, which allows you to specify some global settings for your app. And inside here, what we're going to be doing is calling express.static, which allows you to specify a directory for serving static files. So in this case, if it's public, then it's going to start serving files from the public folder statically when I start my app. So let's do this next now by getting the app running locally on a report. So usually port 3000 is the report to use, and I've got something to console here. Listening on port 3000. Now the public folder is still empty, so let's put something inside there. So I'll access the public folder here, and I have a basic HTML website here on my desktop, so I'm going to copy these files and place them in the public folder. So I'll access index.html here, so you know what it looks like. So this website template I downloaded earlier, that is multi-page, and as you saw from the folder, it has some resources stored in subfolders that are needed to make the site work. So all of the content of this public folder is going to be made statically available when I start the server. So in my server folder, I run node app. So it's telling me here that my app is now up and running on port 3000, and that's going to be on localhost. So if I access that port now, you see that the website is being served to us by the Express app. Now, although this is working, it's actually better practice to specify the path to the public folder a little differently from how I did it here. So the issue that can come up here is that the
I
public folder
fucking
is
forgot about
relative
this
to the working
though.
directory where I launched the app, not relative to app.js, even though they're usually the same. So you can get into a little trouble with this method. So if I try cutting my app one directory up from the server folder, for now I would start my app by running node server /app. So that starts my app, but if I try to access it again, you see that the website can't be accessed like before. The reason is that our working directory is now the desktop, and there is no /public folder on the desktop. So to fix that, we can set the path to the public folder relative to app.js, and then even if you start app.js from a different directory, then it's going to be able to find the public folder relative to app.js. So you can get the path to the directory that contains this app.js file by calling dirname for node here, full path. So you don't need to do an npm install of path. Is that when you're with things to be working here? I 404 page, because if I try accessing a page that doesn't exist on the site, I get this message here. You might instead want to serve up a custom 404 message or a 404 page. So to do that, we'll use again. So after Express has tried to set up a static file, so if no resource that matches an incoming request is found in the public folder, then this app.use is going to run. And inside here, what I'm going to do is to construct a response to the requester. So first, I'm going to set a status code for response. So I'm going to set that to 404, and then for the descending path, so 404 which the website is on. If you do root, first here, website is now being said website. Now, when I restart root, wait, in a folder, user makes a request like root. Now, I do also root just contains built to first of all cd. Okay, so now that it's there, your React app.
The fuck is this? Beginner project. Beginner Node Express MongoDB projects. Okay. Done this, but can do, but tutorial. No, not tutorial. Okay. Arjun. That sounds Indian. Express Mongo project on GitHub. Okay, and simple Express Mongo and to take response from. I've started learning Mongo Express for my final. I was searching for again from final year. I gotta be better than this guy. I gotta be better. I'm in first year though, by the way. First year, first semester. And bachelor's in CS. I made a starter project. I hope it will be useful. Let me see. I don't know about GitHub though. I don't know. npm run dev uses the same source. What the fuck is this? Packagization. What the fuck does it use? Compression coders. Dev environment. Express helmet. HTTP errors. JSON web token. Mongoose. Morgan. What the fuck is Morgan? Swagger. UI Express. Wixton. Error handling chorus. What the fuck is the error handling chorus? And API. And the API and error handler process. Have to use error handler. Okay, process where because if only using development. not specializing in MongoDB, but now Bootstrap. Let's exercise GPT. Project. Bro. Okay. Okay, password hashing. I understand. Okay, what you will be building, register user. Hmm. By the way, the action is there isn't. Everything needs login, password, and stuff like that. I think. Uh, CrewRap. I will make that CrewRap API rate limiter abuse detection. What? Build your own rate limiting system like real company. What? Feature track request per IP user block after X request. Okay. I just want to see what time I want to be with Marine. He said, he asked me, is it again? Should I say good idea? But me run, but because for sure he don't have budget. Bro, I want to see Marine stack. Bro, is there like Marine stack with deployment? Wait, don't talk. Learn how to code. I just want to see the website. Bro, is that too much to ask? What the fuck is
Hello and welcome
LMS?
to another exciting tutorial of Great Stack. In this tutorial we are going to learn how to create a full stack learning management system using MongoDB, Express, React and Node.js. This is a LMS website where educators can upload the courses and students can enroll and watch the courses online. In this project we will create the user login and registration feature using Clerk. Clerk is a user authentication and user management platform. It also provides beautiful and ready to use UI components like sign in, sign up and profile component for React application. We will also add the Stripe payment gateway in this LMS project so that students can buy the courses online. So let's start by taking a quick look at the project demo that we will be building in this tutorial. So this is the home page of our LMS website where you can see the navigation bar, then title and search box. Then we have the trusted companies logo, then we have some course card. After that we have the testimonials and one call to action section. Then we have this footer. Now if I open this course, So here you can see this is the course
Not this
description
one, but
page
the
where you
generic
can
one,
see the
man.
course title, description and average rating, number of students enrolled in this course. Then we have the instructor
do the
name and
generic
then we have
one.
the course structure. And we can display the course chapter and lectures title. Then we have the free
API
preview
gateway,
option
what the
also.
fuck can I do,
After
bro?
that, you can see here we have the detailed description of this course, and in the right side we have this card where you can see the course image. Then we have the offer price, actual price and discount. Then we have some other data of this course and enroll now button. Now if I come back and click on this one, if I click on this button, so it will open this course list page where you can see all the courses available on this LMS website. And here we can search for any course by adding any keyword. So let me add the keyword JavaScript and click on this search button. Now you can see the course related to this search term. And here we have the option to remove this search filter. We will click on this cross icon. So again we can see all courses. Now to enroll into any course we have to create an account on this one. So here we have the create account button. If I click here, it will open a sign-in component that is built using Color. And if you are new on this website, you can use this link sign up to create an account. And I already have the account, so I'll click on this sign in and sign in using my Google account. After sign in, you will find your profile picture here, and after that you will see the my enrollments, and here you will see the option to become educator. And once you are educator, you will see this option educator dashboard. So now if I click on this my enrollments, so it will open a list of courses where you have enrolled. And if I click on this button, it will open the course player page where you can watch the courses, right? And you can also rate this course. And to play this course, here we have this watch link. If I click here, it will start playing the video in right side like this. Let me just come back and we will open this course. Click on this button, and here we have this chapters. If I click on this watch button, so you can see this course will play in the right side, and here we have the chapter number and lecture number. Then we have the lecture title, and we can also mark this lesson as completed by using this mark complete link. Now if I go to educator dashboard, so here we have the dashboard for educator where educator can see the status like number of enrollments, then total courses and total earning. After that, here we have this add course page from where educator can add any new course. So here we have the option to add the course title like this. Then we can add the course description here. After that, here you can enter the course price, then you can add the discount, and here we have the option to add the chapters. So in the courses we will add the chapters, and in each chapter we can add multiple lectures. So let's click on this add chapter button. So here we have to add the chapter name, so just add chapter 1, click on OK. So now in this chapter we can add the lectures, so just add this lecture. Here we will add the lecture title, then total duration of this lecture, then we have to provide the URL, that is the video URL of this lecture, right? And if I check this checkbox, then it will be available for free preview. And after adding all the details, just click on the add button, so this lecture will be added. And finally you have to click on this add button, so it will publish your course. After that, you can see the published courses here in my courses section. So in this my courses, you can see I have published one course, right? And this is the course price, and this is the published date, and here we have the number of students enrolled in this course. After that, you can go to this section where you can see the number of enrolled students and the student name, right? So this is the educator dashboard. Now let's try to purchase any course. So I'll select this course and click on this enroll now button. So it will open this Stripe payment gateway, and here we have to add any email ID and click on this card, and here we have to add the card details. So right now we are in the test mode of this Stripe, so here we can use the test card number. So the test card number is this one, and here we have to add any future date, then add any 3-digit number, and here we have to add the name. Then Click on
this is
Pay
simple.
button.
This look cool too.
So now you can see we have successfully enrolled in this course also. That is Cloud Computing Essentials. And now we can start watching this course. So this was the overview of our LMS project. After we finish building this LMS project using Modern Stack, we will deploy it on Vercel. Before we dive into the code, if you are completely new to React, I highly recommend watching my React beginners tutorial first. It is available for free on my YouTube channel and I will include the link in the description below. Now let's get started. Now we will start creating our LMS project. So right now I am on my desktop screen and here we will create a folder with the name LMS, which is Learning Management System. Now we will open this folder in VS Code and our LMS folder is open in this VS Code. Now we will open the terminal, so we'll click here, select new terminal. So in this terminal you can see we are at this directory LMS. So here we have to create a React project. To create the React project we will use Vite package. So let's write npm create Vite at latest. Now press enter. Here
like,
we will press Y for yes. Now it is asking for the project name. So in this project we will create the front end and back end. So for the front end we will write the project name
I think
client.
it will, but it might not, and
Then press
I'll be
enter.
looking like a dumb idiot.
After that we will select the framework React. Then select JavaScript. Now our basic React project has been created. Next we have to move to this client folder. So in this terminal we will write cd client. So in the left sidebar you can see we have the client folder and in this one we have these files, right? Now you can see in this terminal we are at the client folder. So here we have to install the dependencies. So let's write npm install. So it will install all the dependencies required for the React project.
Background color.
After executing this command, you will see a new folder in the left side, that is node_modules.
On this type.
In this folder, it will install the dependencies. After installing it, we can run our project. To run the project, we will write npm run dev.
Fuck this shit.
We have added npm run dev. Press enter.
Fuck this shit.
So it
Fuck this shit. I'm using the Node app. Fucking hell, what the fuck? Read me, fuck you, read me. Okay. I need the text big as hell. Okay. Fucking hell. Bold. I need user to have like a fucking header. Nah. This is a body. This too is a body. But I need the font to be big as hell. Where the fuck is the font? Bro, I don't think. Right. Next. What the fuck? What the fuck happened? Bold. Boolean. Bro, what I'm doing to increase this or zoom in. Okay, I need user to have first ID dash. I'm gonna be making from file.write because after I will add mongoose because I don't want to do all of the same time because mongoose is kind of new for me. First name, okay, dash, okay, comma, and last name, okay, Dash 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 dash. Bro, fuck the fuck I'm confused about is password, bro. Password. This is for like employee 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 and password I need to ask like what do I need to ask? Password with username. With username. Type shit. This need to be covered. Oh fucking hell! This is not fucking fucking what they call it. This need to be saved from and user equals to fucking hell tab. I can't use tab. Password. This needs to be hashed. Okay. This need to be hashed. Dash. Okay. We ask this and hash the password. That up till that it's fine. It's hashed and password has will be saved to like the fs of file okay, that will be good. Password which is hash will be and will be on has to be compared to that is okay. And then what the fuck is there? No, will be on has and be compare and will be logged in. And then the fuck's access token. What the fuck is this then? What the fuck am I supposed to do? Access token is generated and then access token, and then what was that? Temporary token, refresh token generated, but how to serve them? Fucking hell, let's save this. They'll be good to look at. Okay. First short answers are never unhashed and should not be saved in the file or hash and compared by hashing again. What the fuck? Hash access and refresh are not so they have different job. User. Hmm. Hmm. Wait. Uber right now. Let me work with fs file. Wait, let me hear this. This is automatically generated first name, username, password. Okay, password hashing. This is the what you thought will be honest to be compared. This never happens. What actually happened? User send password. Okay. Server has this save on login. Has the enter password again. Okay. Compare hash versus hashed. Okay, register hash, save hash, login password is hash, compare with the save hash. Okay, I got you. Why? Because it has one way on as it mathematically impossible. Okay, dude. Well, password is stored important, not file system, not JSON. MongoDB access token versus access token protected routers, store front-end memory authorization header, not database. And get a new access token lifetime long days stored database hashed or plain. Okay. What I'm confused about, what does the refresh and access token do, um like the fact is that I don't know what does access token and refresh token do. like uh, it let me become admin for 15 minutes, and what does refresh token do? Log in as a user? No, that I'm really uh, don't know. I really don't know. And um and anything else, like what I'm saying is the the first thing is id, employee, id, employee, employee is name, first name, last name, and username, password is separate. That's what I'm telling, and that's all. You log in, there is a key, you use it to go protect it, like slash admin slash profile slash employee data. When the key stop working, you can access again equals to event. Okay. Okay, but how do I do that? Like for 30 seconds it works, and after that it doesn't work. Should I use chorus, you know, say grant permission for 30 seconds and don't grant permission after 30 seconds, or what is it? You need come by a until on expiry time. generate access token 30 second, client uses 15 second, works 35 second, expiry request denied, and client send refresh token, no chorus. Key point for grant permission include expiry and sure. Send user send username and password. Check username and password. Password has valid, no return invalid, and end. Yes, grant token, access token, short lived, refresh token, send token to client, client token uses. Okay, and how does website for login from Google Apple and work after getting login from Google? What info in does one get? Basic ideas again login user doesn't see a password instant and the trusted authority they said is who they say is authority. Okay, can it be used? Oh. Okay, that's good. Not this, bro. Okay, file. Open a new folder. Okay. Nah. Backend folder in public index.html front end. What the fuck is this? Nah, bitch. I'm making what I already made. Let me see what to do first. JSwat. Okay. Okay. Server. Middleware. I'll be doing this again. .env uses env. Let me drink bottle. The fuck, we made credential. What the fuck? Where is it? What does this do? Oh, he just said that we needed this. We needed this. Const connect require HTTP2, but we didn't use it. What the fuck? Okay, verify JSLAT. Okay, what does this do? Okay, it's okay. After use slash router root. Okay, slash register slash authentication slash authentication register and API browser, and go to handle. Has authentication register authentication controller authentication handle login. What the fuck is login? Authentication controller handle login. Okay, bro. How does this? Let me understand fully. Unauthorized doesn't found user. Okay, if match const role equals to object role dot value. trans access token equals to j design user info username role comma process the env access token secret. Node. This fucking AI does anal- analogy. Hotel card. Think of a hotel. The access token. Fucking hell. The access token is like your plastic key card. Access token is a plastic key card. It only open doors. Allows you to access data. It only works for a short period of time. You say the reason. If you lose it, someone can get in, but only for a little while. Refresh token is like your ID password at the front desk. You take this to the receptionist to get a new key card. If your old one stops, okay. To make an access token, you need a refresh token. You keep this safe and it lasts longer. The secret are the machines used to create cards. You use a different machine, verify password, the access token, the logic, the purpose. The login token is used every time the user clicks a link. Okay. Okay, that this token is used every time the user clicks a link of his data. Here my profile is in this post. Can short expiration in production. This is usually set up to set to 15 to 30 minutes. In your tutorial set it is set to 30 seconds, so you can test it quickly without waiting hours. Okay, with security payload is important. It allows the server to know what they allowed to do without having to check the database every single time. Refresh token, username, minimal data, process.env. The refresh token expires in 1 day. Propose the token is currently secured, key, and is only sent to one specific route. Refresh a token. A token is only allowed to ask for a new access. Token log expiration when to define secret. If a hacker manages to find out access token, they can put access tokens. However, because the security is used for a long time, they can force a refresh token to keep access permanently. They would use access token. That access token. Yeah, this is the same thing. Ron Stan says nine damage. I went to my back old style YouTube, watching dumbass videos. Fucking hell. So, what's up with this? Error handler, next, logger details, delete, hello, index, server. ChatGPT, what was the project like? Step by step crew guide. Stick with. Okay, let's do a fucking new thing. New crude. From the terminal. From the terminal, make directory. Fuck that shit. Open directory. And then new crude project. Package the JSON. Okay, that's good. Nah, I don't care about that. npm install nodemon. Okay, script npm run dev server server.js Normon. He also wrote like start node server the JS. Both works, but this is the new fucking start of my journey, bro. This is next step. Let's be phenomenal, bitch. Okay, okay. Install. Oh, fuck about Express. How can I express about npm install Express? Um. uh, no more. Next. Server.js. Server.js. Hey, you bitch ass, what the fuck is this? कसरी बनिएर यार? How many times will... Bro. Create, add a tags, user types a tags name, tags is saved in storage, JSON for now. Read, view all tags, user sees a list of all tags they have added, update, mark, delete, remove tags, click extra, so complete the tags with a tick using. Bro, I don't know how to do that, bro. I haven't done HTML and CSS, by the way. So, by the way, done HTML and CSS. That way, input like that. What just and course. Wait, I gotta. I'm serious. Fuck this Instagram. I gotta. Okay, create post tags. A tags body. A body title my tags. Backend rules should work purely routes. Slacks. Okay. Read all tags, get tags, return all tags as JSON. Put. Okay. I got you, bitch. I got you. They use like fucking. Nah, man, this is learning phase, so no fucking music and shit. So fucking import express equals to require express import nah fucking hell const fs equals to require fs const what was that? Router npm install I think it was router, then root. Router, yeah, hell yeah. Const app equals express, hell yeah. Let's mm, narrow UTR route route to this. Okay, okay. Const route equals to require, yeah, this route. Okay, okay, okay. And then let's just start. App the JSON, something like that. I will personally check that out, and then router route, and this is in the thing. Let's do like oh, port cons, nah, this deserving this cons URT equals to process the env dot purt or p500 have the listen to put comma, what they call it, log, okay, that's good. I have to listen to the listen to like comma require standard. What is the standard? What is the fucking standard of that? Um, no, let's just write standard file name. What is that standard file name? Views folder. Views. Yeah, EWS. Views. Views index.html. Okay, that's one. Hello there. Hey, fofo.html. Fofo listen to slash require view slash index. Learn. Listen to like with the server at server connect database. To connect course option is equals to option when in TV mongoose. Hmm. Special URL encoding after use. Okay, after use this express the static serve static. Okay, join path the join public. What the fuck is public, man? Text image style require root. How the fuck is this connected to anything in the views folder though? And okay. slash use express route, and then this and double tap. But I understand now. I see. Response dot get router express dot router express dot router express dot router. I understand. I see everything. Then require use this, have the all like this request response. What the fuck should I response? What should I do? App or all require route slash route to root. This will route use slash route to 44. Response the status for Unibo. If okay. Response the send that file, but we use okay. Response the send status for is response accept HTML it's a HTML, then what the fuck, I need to remember this. Fucking hell. Requested. Response should be response should be like the send file equals to path equals to require path the join um directory name comma views comma views for dot html, and then else if request dot accept json response the json be like message for page not found. Okay, I will get to that. Chill, relax. I get to the crude part, bro. Crude, create, and all of that, bitch. Root. This is okay. Then require root.js cons require express constant path equals to require path constant router equals to express the router router that not get root express get. Okay, where the fuck is that? Get. This is fucking index.html should be slash html, but this should be like um okay. This was like bracket with an index, then dot dot html, bracket question mark, and then this should be like that. And this should have a dollar sign at the end, I think. Dollar sign. What the fuck? Oh, outer, that I know, that I remember. Outer parentheses are used for grouping. It means the entire group is optional, so the whole thing might exist on my minute. Inner index is another group matching the literal. So dot the regex dot match should be if the goal is a match. You use it. Skip it with. Oh, this should be like this. Okay, sure enough. Mm, but the literal string HTML combined with the previous part is try to match index or slash depend on. Yeah, in the potential correction the mm, be except the dot. Okay, problematic. So is this it, bruh? And the only thing, so this correct one next here. Okay. Uh, so my file will match the at the end. So this will allow slash or slash index or slash the HTML only break it down. Whole group is optional, so it can match inside the group. All the optional, then I don't want. Okay. Okay. This will allow slash uptake start with a string. This means slash and index and slash the HTML or index. Okay, okay. Mm, okay, okay. Okay, I got you. Okay, fuck it. Let me start with this, and then s- start with a dang dang. This always starts with a fucking slash. Is that backwards slash or forward slash? I don't care, bro. So and is index dot slash dot html. How to make it optional? So I want this to be optional. This to be optional. This to be optional. And then dollar sign is always there in the last. And fucking hell, where the fuck did that end? Fucking hell. Or this should have one. Fucking hell. This should have one. Optional. This is also optional, but if it has, it has. Index. What the fuck is this problem now? So, question mark index slash HTML. Look, dot slash slash equals to the root and index and dot slash dot HTML. Hold up. Oh, sorry, it was like this. Okay, okay. What the fuck is this? Dot slash or index. Okay, yes, it's not the same. Please say yes. Oh, bro, gave up. Retry. Does this do the same? It is clear, yeah, why it works. Okay, nice, nice. It does the same. Crude. Okay. The does this need response? Okay. Response. Yeah, it's a fucking request response. Get response. was the send file. Okay, send file. The join the join their name, comma, directory name, and dot dot, get out of the folder, and then views, comma, index the html. Okay, this is it. I think this shouldn't get Mozilla exports equals to what the fuck is this exporting, man? Router. Oh dear, router. Tudawa. What the fuck is route? Route is here. Root. Fucking router has been exported. Router. What the fuck is router here? Router. What the fuck? Require. Okay. Slash router. Use, comma. Router the get. Okay. This should kind of work. The fuck? Unexpected test doc type. What the fuck? Doc type HTML index. What the fuck is index? What? Server 8 and 17 slash root. Let's say yes. Root. That's okay. And 17. Let's just remove it for now. Save. And then I think one has gone out. 8 and 5. Router the use index.js argument handler must be function through There, main issue critical syntax error or wrong in your code. The problem response object doesn't have method called accept. This will crash the server accepts. You are looking for accept the method. Fucking hell, the method check the format request the accepts JSON. Okay, and another thing. Okay, app all catches all slash 404 star comma. No problem, you place all at the bottom level in route in the order that defined, since you didn't provide a path like 4 every single including your route. Give a path fix, move it to the bottom of your file. This is in the bottom of my file, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? You're missing middleware JSON. If you send a request to the server with JSON data request, the body will be undefined because you haven't told how to read JSON. Will not cause a crash in this where in the space the JSON missing middleware. Okay, corrected environmental port after you did it. Build a middleware to handle URL encoding. Like, what the fuck does this do? URL encoding. Okay, status else txt the type the send file. Okay, I like okay, and use no URL encoded value should be extended extended false. Yeah, here is no. Now this response dot type txt does send 404. Look at the line 11 of here. Let's go to the parenthesis of. Oh fucking hell. Parenthesis. What the fuck? Correct code. Remove the bracket after the regex. Okay, save. Comma bracket. Router the get. Dang. There's no problem in here. No need to look. Crude through path missing parameter named at index. Where is the fucking problem, bro? Problem. Line 13 app.all. Okay, so asterisk code usually fixes the regex. Crash. Again, crash. Rest of the code. Make sure you. And then crash. What the fuck is this crashing so much, man? Why the fuck is this crashing? Errors happen because what the fuck? If you strict about how it ended the asterisk problem, and you likely wrote inexpress interpreter specifications is missing or name like ID. The solution is to use the path to res xp syntax recommended. You need to put the asterisk inside parenthesis and assign it a name example path. Fucking hell, dude. What the fuck is. What the fuck up? What did I do? In this, what did I do? What did I do? I used a simple asterisk. And then what did I do here? Accepts. well, this is what the errors happen because change how it handles, but the old way was asterisk that or asterisk no longer work for matching, and we have a way to replace a block entirely with this. Request. It doesn't need anything. Status 44 if accept HTML response accept JSON else send 44 fully corrected request. This is the same. Switch formula to use and fucking hell, just fucking it works. Fuck local host then oh 35 hello there bitch slash oh, fucking hell 44 that's fucking good yeah 44 hello there motherfucker EMBL why 44 bitch index dot html html 44 what the fuck you talking about bitch it's okay it's alright bro I'm gonna eat dinner and finish I don't think I will finish all of that but without any bug but I will try. Okay, let's do this. Um, this is it. Yeah. And what should I start with? Okay, URL encoded through JSON with to deal with n type of JSON. We need that, and then HTML require root after use slash what to do after post. What is the static and what the fuck should I enter post? Where event and the name verify roles user logout refresh register. Keep the first put register.js register control and then new user and then what the fuck is there and a new user register do we control all that? Say yes. Const express require express const require path after express after use express the JSON const const post what do you call it, employee, what was that, post with unique, add a new task with and default completed false. Okay, create a task post okay, post task body title my first task. Okay, const post employee post employee equals to request response post employee and then where the fuck, post employee const username comma post body title could have that how your backend process should work. Create a task project so I have to log in task only, not the user. I thought that was user. Yes, for this page you only manage tasks, no user login, no you are pressing crude route, not authentication tasks. Okay, wait, no, only tasks. Post employee post tags name equals to request the body dot request the body post tags. So what you are doing, title body title my first task. Okay. Const. Um. This need to be saved in the file. Then fs cons fs equals to require fs cons register employee controller require employee, not from there. Get all employee, create new employee id, first name cons new task equals to um new tag equals to what do you call it, um tax name equals to request the body comma and completed false and then cons and then what what is the default name of that config no config roles is not that public not that API views environment logs request not there no files subdir what is the default config okay is a file config on name not name what they call it what do I call it where should I save it yeah So this. Mm, post require put post title my as a new task with a unique ID and a default and default push new task push new task and then write file path their name the comma sub task logs txt txt if request the body being given return status return status since the status from the JSON um error you need to task name is fixed you just pointer were missing so you're wrong In if you're trying to accept a task from validate it, store it in a memory task array. That's fine. Now this spot the gap you're trying to things that immediately will be undefined unless middleware exists. How does Express read JSON or format? Brother, I did that. Mm, and then this is just the post. Gotcha. Help is still thinking it. So this secondary must personals to validate process what is still missing wrong. You never define how data arrives. Are we expecting JSON without middleware request the without middleware request the body will be undefined. Post validation evaluation doesn't matter the intent. Task name is mandatory. Post should do not do nothing without body parsing. That means you are expecting a specific field but you never click the field. Wrong status code puts values not found. Ask yourself, here's the response. Who wants that? Wi-Fi does nothing yet. Okay, I will mental check does after writing post tags. How do I do that, bitch? What the fuck? What does it expect? Oh wait, dot bitch. That's not it. Create. Create is post. ID employee data dot. What the fuck is data here? What the fuck is data here, bro? Data employees. Employees. The length. Confirm success. Okay. Go for no 400 400 post tags sync await API through Thunder client. Not the HTML stuff. Listen, what is the JSON? What are aspects from a API? Method, learn, express, post, then request. The task name should be string. If this is correct, then the server is okay. Where the fuck is that? The task name it should be string. What you must handle API if it does until a pause JSON body. 201. The status since status 201 dot the JSON oh fucking hell. That okay for band is mandatory. JSON complete tags. Okay, this is good. FS request the body comes here and request the body the tag get out const new tags const new tags the push away FS to promise the right tags. Logic they tell me what is still wrong, missing, not checking good validation for bad input, using acing await. Right guy was same missing static is wrong. Same issue. What was in this suggestion immediately without you must choose one response. Write file cannot write object have a directly. What the fuck am I supposed to do, man? Wait the fuck, bro. There was something in my head and it just slipped out. I think. Express the middleware, not this. Download document, pictures, transaction. What the fuck? Menu. Okay. More. Learning node. Server log, error handling, employee logger, use the data. Okay. So JSON dot stringify this. No error handling around, right? If this fails, okay. Try catch error console.log error console dot error dot. Yeah, this close is right, but 3 real bug, 1 design issue left. What if correctly fixing try a good API thinking using is correct? Switching to JSON file, good choice, validation, logic, concept, correct. What is still wrong? Status quo is still broken. This line is still incorrect. What the fuck? Send and in the response. So, what is the difference between status and send status? Send only the status code. Send the but wait for you to send the body next. This is a shortcut like send small, send status code, send status code, send body yes, Okay, not yet. Content not found. Empty. Chaining no stops here. I mean, like, still broken. Why? And since and end the response is never executed. This is not a static is a logic block. You must send status plus body in one call. Dog's name. Built internal vascular in the body. Dog's name is still undefined. No fucking hell. Dog's name. You respond even if that, but after that you send. This is not here. This is here then. Cause like after this the dogs will be. Okay, even so, right? Even so, if saves not reactive, persistent fail, minor important formatting. This work, but the will be long. Oh fuck! I keep fucking about this. This is fucking so in my brain, but not in my brain. Professional. What now? Solid and validation. Response correct. Response handling. Chaining no more correct. Uh, no. One if files fail, but client get no response. Thunder will be hanging. That response that JSON response JSON Pamakatri module the exports equals to post stocks. Okay, they're gonna be more, so I did this. So post stocks. What you need bill get tax. Route. This shouldn't be here. Middleware. Middleware. This should be here. This should be here. Employee control. Register. This is the route. Yeah. Register the JS, and then cons to require express const router equals to express the router the get this should be slash, and then respond request response. Mental new user. Post post comma const require dot slash middleware slash employee controller EPL controller dot post tags. Post tags. Okay. Export router. This is controller. Resistor. Oh fucking hell! This is ain't for now, bro. Let me delete. This ain't for now, bro. I went nowhere, dude. From here. This is controller. That's good enough. And then raw the API. I'm not good at this, but fuck it. This JS controller, employee controller. What the fuck is employee? Tax manager. Owns express require express owns oh fucking hell, this is not it. And express the router proof and then unity dot slash fucking hell controller slash task manager router dot route there needs to be something slash comma how the fuck should I route How do I post? Okay, off the bat, the get from task manager dot post tags. Const This is like bringing a cheat sheet over here. Slash API. I need to find where the slash API at. Where the fuck is that? Okay, use slash employees. It's just use. Okay. After use slash require from controller route slash API slash tags. Save. Fucking hell, it already crashed. Argument handler must be a function. Route library throw what the fuck? What is the problem? Where error spinning if talks route API talks.js. I wait the fuck up. Line 5. App the use. We don't need router in here, I think. But this fucking works because this is, I think, What the fuck is that? Okay. Route. The get. Router the route. Router the route. Router the route. What the fuck, man? This is mismatch. This is likely the problem, or will be a very soon issue. Wrong method. The get. Oh, post. Post. I think. Okay. Sure enough. Mismatch. Okay, that's it's post. But or if I check a controller does look like docs copy and then paste. Mean wrong. You have two files pasted together. These are ones a bitch. Inside your post task function, you created a task, pushing it to the local array, saving the array. However, you forgetting to do read the file first. Inside your post task function, you are creating a task, pushing it to a local array. Inside, however, you forget to read the file first. The problem every time you restart the server is come. Okay. Oh, oh! I get it. Mm, fix before correcting post task equals to async. Okay, that's good. And define the file path subdir cons file path try cons file path. Okay, if that is not good, then I will do what that guy did. Stringify null, that's good. What was there? Talks, okay. Then try post tags, comma, new tags. Okay, I think this should be good. The tags, what the fuck is that? to um okay. Fs dar read file other conf equals to copy, what the fuck, copy paste file path, copy paste paste tags express router express the router task manager require cool router route then post task manager the post. That's good, but what the fuck is the problem with that? Task manager content of file file path and tags to save the content from away read file in tags try const data equals to await UTF-8 content parse tags then tags that post spread the file into the existing no logic if you want the globally tags require subdir existing comma UTF-8 and then const read file existing tags yeah the criteria that will crash is asynchronous. parse. Fucking hell. How can I forget? JSON parse. Listing. There is a major flaw. Critical error placement try catch. Right now, if file does not exist, which happened the first time you run the app, you JSON slot JSON the problem outside of the you're trying to read and parse the file outside of the try block. Line 9 and 10 you read the password if the fit throws. Okay. Oh, then fs dot exist comma file path false true, then fs dot pen file pen file pen file file path comma. I think this should work, ain't it right? Okay. Sync. What the fuck? Crashes. FS doesn't really promise work if you are using the problem exists is duplicated old and doesn't support await it return to or for immediately. It doesn't wait fix or try to read the file and catch the error if it's missing. If you use access logic bug create an empty string. The problem if the file doesn't exist you're creating an empty string without it. And try get okay 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 move validation inside task name post task name this should be first either way. Try this is not it. Const existing tasks equals to await refi UTF-8, JSON the parse if array, the is array tags. What the fuck does that mean, bitch? Error if file doesn't exist, so let's create it with the first tags. The false stringify once new tags equals to okay bar this. Using the read write parse inside messy, hard to debug later. Okay, modal tags ASS file promises require file. Okay, let me do it. JSON try. Okay, that's good. Post tags. What the fuck does post tag do? Create a new file. Is reading and writing to the file. It know nothing about HTTPS. Fucking hell, what the fuck is this, man? Post, get employees, get all employees from employee controllers, employee controllers from controllers. Okay, I gotta learn from my previous bitch. Employee control. Don't need this. Const data equals to what the fuck? My brain is hanging. Data tags tags req require we don't need this, bro. Fs and promise but I need to write to the file, so require controller view subdir the JSON. mm, Tags logs, cons post tags equals to sync and require, and new tag equals to data. I need to understand the logic first. Set employee, set function this, function data, this. What is the logic behind this? Database model goal statement require, break this code, how it works without the pattern the messy way. Centralized saving, often in RAM, say tool to operator risk. With this, and in this scenario, imagine the list initially has two vigilance before executing data others set employee the mic executing. Okay, inside the function this points to data that employees find the data on the power. After that, after like a replace button. Okay, it becomes like replacing that. This means data, new tags data, this the tags, fucking hell, this the tags, this the tags equals the data. Okay, if that's cool, then const fs equals to require fs post, then this is cool, const post, this is cool, then existing tags await. We don't need this again, I think. No, how the fuck does it get, how the fuck does it not upgrade like previous stuff? configure. I need to see the fucking youtube.com Dave Dave Gray node Dave Gray node. Before that,
We can have a
okay, he got data.
route. Go ahead and save this file an ID.
Data. This ain't helping. This okay. If that's it, then sub data, then data JSON tags name also tags name dot express not express if you need this you don't need this, then cool, then existing tags equals to await the read file JSON the parse try this const new tags equals to tags data. This error is cool. Then file path yeah. After that employee create new employee new const new employee cons that is cool. Then I don't think we need this right now. Why do we need that though? Const try const okay. Post tags. This need to be first. For set data. Data that new tags gives new tags give data dot talks comma new tags new tag. If this was static code, fucking whatever. Whatever. Write file. Complicated it a lot. And then employee.export get all employees to API get API. Fuck saving them, bro. It's okay. API talks manager. Canify module talks log.json. Where the fuck is that subdir? No data. Can't find module. Okay, let me rewrite it. Boom. Data slash data.json. Save. There it is. And there it is. Then Thunder client new HTTP don't not register What the 305, it's 305. Okay, now control. Bro, this is hanging my brain, bro. Post, create new employees, route, expand Mozilla employees.js, employees.js. Where the fuck they handle new user is from here. The refresh, no root, no register.js. Get all employee control. Bruh, what the fuck? It's good that I did start a project because I am stuck as fuck, man. Route employees controller. We are getting it from here and routing out to where server, and then employees. Mm. Where the fuck did I do Jason the parse? I put it line 2 column 3. Double quotation, I know, bro. Internal server error and dark logs. What is wrong? Critical error function and this error. The problem is that you use and do not have their own this and that. This the talks. Feature. It doesn't save the file. Controller. Data is not defined. Database. That's database. Save. Send. Send iterable. What the fuck does that mean, Ben? If the file tags logs the JSON doesn't exist yet require return an object if the file contain bad JSON like string require might load the weird value if you name the file as but the code pointed if you name the data equals require bitch. Why am I so dumb, bitch? What should I do, bro? What should I do? Wait, I need to fucking take a break, bro. I need to find all the logics, my guy. Fuck it. I'm gonna do it, bro. I'm gonna fucking do it. I'm gonna do it, bitch. Bro. I'm gonna be a backend engineer, bitch. Backend engineer. Moral stack. Fuck it. Bro. This is some bullshit. This is some bullshit. Let's do it, bitch. Let me go line by line. So, package edition. Fuck that. This maybe. Is not iterable. Don't care, but fuck this. Fuck this too. Save. Delete. Oh, the recycled bin. Start from new, bro. Server required talks. New request. Fuck this. Okay, let's start from brand new. I'm brand new, bitch. I hope no one sees this part, bro. I'm like this many tabs. Fuck you, bitch. Okay, let me do this. Like, let's PLE. Simple example of post method in Node. Bro, I'm fucking furious from looking at all this small ass character and not like post route to handle incoming data. App the post API. Oh, I know for a fact, but I think I'm like confused of like from like let's make route not fucking API. Okay, this is some cool ass shit. Cool ass shit. Up to this cool. So like I'm gonna type it in here, and then later when I'm confident enough and then calling solving I will do in the later in the after this I fucking understand some shit. That's my plan. That's my plan for now. Add the post. If I got API data request and response request data post console dot request data JSON require data JSON data. What the fuck? Okay. Let do this, bitch. I hope no one sees me. I hope no one sees this. Like, fuck, man. Route. Let me do it in the middle of this. App the post method, which is listening to root now root data data and this takes an request and response. Okay, cool. And then we take that. Okay, cons. We take data from body. Yeah, we take data from the body. Data given only for now. This is some lame ass shit, I know, but let me cook. What the fuck is this? Okay, this is an arrow function that y'all know. And then data given is equals to request the body that has been given as in the form of JSON. Cool. And then const data given equals to requested body. Fucking hell, what the fuck? Data given is that? Then simply console.log data given console.log data is given. Let me see if there is error. No error. This is something what I like to see. Data 4 data given request of body send something about to happen. Nothing. What the fuck is happening? Body, body, name, and send console.log. The fuck? No console.log? Even if he didn't like console, even if he didn't send this, this should work. Why the fuck is this something so simple not working? Okay, let me response. Okay, let me write response dot status 200 successful. No, JSON message for giving us fucking data given just for simplicity. New request send. What the fuck? Okay, kilo code. I see you. Kilo code. Not like this though. Prompt. Programming. Where the fuck is programming? Debugging. love paste your error code log console log or just describe the problem. Okay, I love to hear that. Thank you for sharing your Express code server code. I have gone through it carefully. I noticed a few areas that could cause subtle subtle issue or expected behavior. The JSON message with object interpolation. What the fuck is that? Whoa, interpolation. Is that a given is an object. Um, so interpolating. What the fuck is interpolating or intertwining is something.
Interpolate.
Interpolate. Interpolate. The fuck?
Interpolate.
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 Interpolate. Interpolate. Interpolate. Insert, interpolate, insert, but use some fucking easy as it as a string will produce something like object. Okay, why though? Mm, I know I've seen that, but I just want to hear the reason though. We want to give the fuck. Do you get out? Data given. If you stringify it, okay, okay. Middleware order. Currently, you have slash root and then 404 handler. Make sure your slash data post root is defined before the 404 handler, otherwise it will be reached if the 404 middleware trigger first. Oh, that's why. Looks good. Just ensure that just login type of for debugging in my health to log both type of data minor type of thank you for suggest slash data root update suggested the data given type data given. Okay, this is lovable. Data given data given and water form. Fucking bash. Where the fuck is you, bro? npm run dev crude project. Okay, new request. Wait. He said that this need to be defined. Wait, if I go from here to here. Wait, if this will, I'm gonna have some problems. Okay. Bro, I was such an idiot. Save. This works. Then let's see. Data. ChatG.ai, GitHub Copilot books inside. I don't want inside. CodeGPT, OpenAI, Replicate AI, easy to use, local assistant, Kyle, Vibe Code. This makes me like, fuck you, bitch. Give me like core topic concept. Or every concept related to it. What I'm doing, I will be switching to account on ChatGPT, but I want other you and another account doing what I am learning to what then how many times for stuff. I can't look at this stuff right now. Sorry, gang. I can't look at this. Tomorrow is Saturday and the holiday. So so tomorrow I'll be learning like every fucking concept to fucking get through my head to learn Node Express. I think I'll be stuck in Node.js, Express, and MongoDB for quite a while because of my performance today. It ain't good, man. It ain't good. So I think I will be in 2 weeks. I think 2 weeks is also kind of like eh. I won't be able to understand it in depth, but bit by bit, I will be focusing this month. Focusing. I won't be looking at React, nothing else. Only Node, bitch. This recording is like like I am not committed to stuff like this, so I have to uh record stuff like this, bro. YouTube. Look at this. Mm, hold up. What the fuck is that? Look at this. View a channel. This is better. Look at this. Yesterday 6 hour and day before yesterday 4 hours, 3 hours, 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour, 1 hour. This was the fucking to finish one tutorial video of around 7 hour long, but I'm stuck in this. I'm like geeked out right now. This is the progression I did. Fucking hell. I wish no one sees this. Especially no one that recognize me. Fucking hell. I wish understand this stuff and get an internship and get a job before my third year in uh, third year. I mean like 2 years. After 2 years, let me have a proper internship or that's it, or getting a remote project to do backend stuff and be enjoying what I do. That's it. I've been recording since the fucking morning, like from 11, and pausing and stuff, and it's 6 hour. And at mostly I did like fuck up, some sort of like not learning stuff, other stuff. What the fuck am I even talking to? But it's good to talk.